Greetings, mortals, and welcome back. To Windows randomly turning off my shit again.
It just keeps happening every time. I walk away for 10 minutes and Windows shuts down my computer and resets all of my hardware settings for some reason. I don't have OBS set to default. It doesn't look at default. It's looking at a specific hardware source. And every time Windows updates, not OBS, every time Windows updates, it somehow resets the settings on OBS, and OBS starts looking at the default, as does everything else. I'm going to have to reset Discord. I'm going to have to reset all of my fucking sound settings. And it's insane. It's been happening for like 5 years that this has happened every single time Windows has posted an update to my computer, and I have no idea why. It's insane. I mean, I do know why. You know when this started happening? This started happening within a year of them firing all of their QA staff to have it done by, like, virtualized, like, AI computer bullshit, okay? As soon as they started simulating their QA process, it immediately broke everything. So anyway, I remember the funny thing is I remember complaining about this years ago, and someone in chat worked for Microsoft. This specific problem years ago. Life is good. Okay, so anyway, last we left off, we had just finished doing a thing. I don't know which things I said before and after. I don't think I've said anything since I unmuted my mic. So last we left off, I had just finished clearing a dungeon after about 15 attempts, when on my first attempt I got it about 80% complete. It's rough. It's real rough. Let me go check Twitch and make sure that we're actually live and that no other settings have gotten screwed up, because you know how computers be. That sure looks like me. Let's see here. So we're going to close these other tabs. We can press a Control-C here. We can go over here and get distracted by my eyes over in the corner. We are on Let's Play. That's where we're supposed to be. We do that. We close you. We don't need you anymore. It's so funny. Yesterday, for no reason in particular, I was Googling the zombie status effect in Might and Magic 8, and there's not a ton of good information on it, but very funnily, there's an AI overview that starts out at the top that says, in Might and Magic 8, the zombie status effect is a state that, while present, makes a character susceptible to damage from healing items and spells, while also making them immune to instant death and doom. Doom is an interesting choice. Additionally, the zombie status reduces physical damage taken by half and doubles the damage taken from holy element attacks. That seems familiar, but that also doesn't seem like Might and Magic 8. Oh, here's a detailed breakdown. Healing items and spells. Characters with zombie status take damage from healing items and spells like elixirs, megalixirs, and full cure. So fucking dumb. See, if Google was just giving me some random bullshit that someone was saying about Final Fantasy VIII, that would be one thing. But in addition to Google giving me bullshit from Final Fantasy VIII and I think 9, it's like pulling data from multiple Final Fantasy games. It's also saying it's about Might and Magic 8. It's just lying to me about what the search result is giving me now. That's the power of AI. When Google gives you a bad result, it'll lie about what the result is. Hey, Malkov. Okay, so we've copied and pasted the thing over there. We've got our sound settings working again. We have our video settings probably working. The video settings don't usually get screwed up. Or do they? Maybe I should check those too. No, this looks like it's fine. I wonder what what happens if I unclick Enforce Streaming Service Encoder Settings. Do you think that'll help? I can't unclick that while I'm live. I wonder if that'll help or if it'll make it so that the stream just doesn't work. I feel like you should probably be using... Oh, right, yeah, I need to actually download the updated file. That's what I need. Because I know that there was an update at least 12 hours ago. And there might have been a new one in the last 40 minutes. But I don't need to check. Minimize you. Minimize you. Close you. Close you. Open you. Paste you. Okay. And done. Okay, so let's close all these tabs because I have about 100 tabs open. We're going to keep my secret plot tabs open because I think that I don't want to close those yet. They live forever and ever. Let's see. There we go. Yeah, I'm wondering if I unselect the using Twitch's encoding settings, I wonder if because the problem is Twitch. I'm wondering if their encoding settings, if I just stop using those and use the things that are native to my hardware, I wonder if that will fix the issue because it's specific to the way that the encoding is done that causes the particular artifacting issue that we're dealing with. Like, that might actually make sense. So let's load this up. You're also... The funny thing is that you're also not meaningfully late, because I started a couple minutes late, and then I had some technical issues that I needed to deal with because Windows is dumb. So we're finally getting into the game now. Okay, so we are eligible for level 90. Okay. And I think we can just turn in this quest in Erathia. And turning in this quest in Erathia... Did we get the thing? Yes. Okay. It's a lot of HP. Yeah, I was doing some plotting yesterday. And we'll see. I'm very concerned for my next melee run because with corners being horrifically maimed and murdered and butchered in such a way that I am very unlikely to be able to cheese in the way that I've cheesed in a lot of different areas. I'm going to need my party to get a lot stronger, a lot faster. And so I've been coming up with a very optimal, not meme build, and it's definitely working out to not end up as a meme. Right, we're talking to the dude over here. And it's going great. It's going great. We're definitely going to not struggle at all. Not one of these letters. Right, it's a quill.
We don't need it.
You have no idea. You have no idea. Look. It's fine. Don't. Yes, okay, that's correct. Okay, so we're getting about what we need for this, so that's good. We can save the game, and we can go back to Might and Magic 6, which is nice because it means that we don't have to do either the wine cellar or the other place right now. We can come back to those once we finish with our Might and Magic 6 foray. So
Come in, right away.
let's see here. So yeah, it's gonna be an interesting time. The next melee run is going to be really, really rough. Like we were having a difficult time on our last one, right? And this run is gonna be whew, the changes to the corners are nasty because I've been paying attention with these casters to what happens in corners, and it's gonna be a rough time. It's gonna be a rough time. So the next run, we actually might need to. We might end up needing to break a lot of rules. We might need to end up breaking a lot of rules in that run. Like, that run might be one where it's like, okay, we have to play the game the way that people said I was going to have to play the game, where it's like, okay, find the places that are easier to do first. Don't try to clear every area as you enter it. I might have, like, we might be in for for some trouble. Now, I could be wrong. We might be able to make it. We might be able to make it happen. But we'll see. Hey, Doja Cat. Yeah, every dungeon has the Garrick's Forge rule. Exactly. The funny thing is that the Garrick's Forge rule doesn't even apply anymore to normal runs, right? Like, there's like a different Garrick's Forge rule where it's like I can't actually enter the second half of the dungeon, so I can't clear enough of the dungeon to get the dungeon cleared to not respawn. So like I don't go there because I can't do it. But like in vanilla Might Magic 6 now, I do Garrick's Forge up to the door before I leave, right? So we might end up needing to apply that to basically everywhere. And just try to survive. It's gonna be an interesting time. Let's see. We have water on this. I should probably swap to that fire one when I'm doing. Oh, actually, I should swap to that one now because that'll even out the two. Never mind. What's your ready spell right now? Is it okay? It's Acid Burst right now, so that's why it's calculating that out. Do I want? I was like 33 speeds, giving me 12% boosted. That seems like a pretty big boost for a 10% speed increase. Let's see. What do I want to do? Oh, I don't hate that. I actually don't remember where I'm going. Let's find out. So, right, we were in Bootleg Bay. So let's check things out. We have. I should have probably leveled up, but that's fine. I don't need to worry about that right now. Do I have anybody who's about to get mastery in meditation or anything? No, right? You already have it. You could get it if you could get a bajillion more meditations. You're not going to get that much. Alright, not immediately. Alright, we're going to pop over here. Oh.
Welcome aboard.
We're going to go to Mist.
Flag and hoist the sail.
before the tower hits us. And then from here, we need to go to Bootleg Bay.
Welcome aboard.
So, let's
Welcome
hop over to Bootleg Bay.
and hoist the sail.
We have a bunch of dungeons to clear here, and I'm wondering which one we want to do first. We should do the ones that give us quests. This one is going to give us a quest that we're not turning in for like several more zones. I don't think we can get to Silver Cove yet. I think we can only get to Silver Cove after we've gotten to Freehaven or something, right? Like it's arbitrarily locked down. Which I really don't like, by the way. Wait. What? Is Garrick's Forge... I didn't finish Garrick's Forge, you're right.
Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Raise the flag and hoist the sail.
Good point. Good point. Good point.
Welcome aboard.
See, this is why we have chat around. You know, I used to do these as like long plays. I used to just record videos. And the first run that I did, recording as a video, I forgot to finish, Goblin Watch. Like, I literally never finished it the entire run because I just forgot about it. And then I looked back at the video and I was like, wait a second. I never finished Goblin Watch. Whoops. Okay, so we're just gonna keep going. We didn't even have to dodge that. Imagine. Okay, let's save it up. And we have a very nice, easy dungeon ahead of us here. I didn't actually buy food, so I probably should have done that. Okay. Do I want to go buy food? I can't, because I only can buy 6 food here anyway, so it doesn't matter. We don't need to buy food right now. Okay. So, I unfortunately do not have Master Earth Magic, which means that I cannot... Can I don't know how I'm going to be able to consistently open this door, actually. I want to open this door first, because if I can clear this... Oh. If I can clear this, it will smooth things out in terms of being able to save within the dungeon. It'll also give me access to the loot from this chest. But yeah, it's funny because I actually got this, I think, like the first attempt, basically, before. Okay. Ooh, I love that implosion. You're casting a heal when you're supposed to be blasting people. Was I healing for the entire back end of that dungeon? Cassowary just hit for 7,500 single target damage. Oh my god. Oh my god, Cassowary. Oh god. You know, I probably should be just leaving and saving. Because I've opened the door. Which is unto itself already a victory. There we go. Okay, we're gonna go leave and save. We're not gonna save in here yet. We are indeed forging. We are forging a new path, and we definitely came here immediately and remembered what we were supposed to do and listened to chat when they told me, oh, you need to go to the forge now because that's where you were. That's definitely what happened the first time, and I didn't just randomly wander toward Bootleg Bay. There's no evidence. Would I lie to you? Would I lie to you? Man, I don't get to use that line often enough. Let's see. I love Garrick's Forge. Garrick's Forge is my my comfort place, you know?
There isn't any room.
I like invented entire new strategies for how to approach this dungeon. I'm like the foremost expert on Garrick's Forge in the entire world. I've made like entire YouTube videos describing the specific mechanics of how to get through some of these rooms, you know? That's not a real run that's gonna happen. I don't know what you're talking about. That's definitely not the plan. That's definitely not the plan. Look. We're definitely not doing... We definitely didn't look at the Paladin class and go, hey, you have Master Axe. That's pretty cool, actually. I wonder what would happen if you were a Minotaur. Sure, you Grandmaster Shield, but have you considered... have you considered as an alternative dual-wielding great axes? Is that a thing that has occurred to you, Paladin? It's so funny because I started coming up with a build when I was like walking home from the mall, and I was like, okay, so I'm gonna, I want to have something that's like very like resistant to RNG. I'm gonna have like a diverse set of itemization. Right, like maybe I'll like use a paladin that'll have like dual wielding like a sword and a mace. I want to have somebody with mace because I've been avoiding maces because of the avoidance of the paralysis and stun effect. And like, so there's been all this shenanigans. I've come up with all this stuff. 10 minutes after I get home, I have a fucking spreadsheet in front of me that has 4 Minotaurs. It's like, God damn it. Never give me a spreadsheet. Never give me a spreadsheet. I will misuse it. And a lich, yes. But the key is that, like, the Lich is different than a Minotaur. It's very reasonable to have a Lich in the party, you know what I mean? That's totally reasonable. But it is going to be funny. I'm very curious to see if I... come to my senses or not. I don't anticipate that I'm going to come to my senses. If we're being honest, it's me. Oh yeah. I only ever play things on the highest difficulty setting, pretty much. There's a couple exceptions to that. Like, if I'm playing an action game that the highest difficulty setting is any attack that hits you kills you instantly, I'm generally not going to engage with that because I'm not good enough at action games to make that happen. Like on a Devil May Did I just die because I fell into that hole? I think I died because I fell into the hole and it slowed me down. But generally speaking, I play on the highest difficulty setting. One of the things that I actually do quite a lot of, I think I just got hit by the fire elemental. I don't think that I tagged the lava. I was too... I would have fallen into the ramp area. I don't think I would have fallen into the actual lava itself. I could be wrong. I might be misjudging where I was in the room. I'm very surprised that killed me there, though. I'm apparently underestimating the amount of homing. So, do I want to clear out that tunnel? Or would I prefer to ignore that tunnel for now and focus on progressing further? It's a question for the ages. Okay. Ooh, somebody hit me. That must have been the bottom tier, because if the top tier had hit me, I would not have survived that. That's not one of the characters that has the item that gives you an extra life. Okay, another fire elemental down. No. Clearing the fire elemental tunnel won't allow me to save anywhere new. I mean, nowhere new down here. It would allow me to save closer to the entrance, but that doesn't really help me any. Actually, even then, I don't think it'll help me save there. There's a group of enemies directly in front of me that's, like, running parallel to this tunnel. So... Okay. So, like, right now, the thing that's blocking me from saving is these enemies, not the enemies down here. I mean, they might both be, but the thing that's closer to me is the other ones. Since we've now cleared all of the enemies that we have aggroed here, we're actually going to go save. We have 3 saves that we can do. This is a very strong first save, because this will allow us to make the decision on whether we proceed toward the rest of the elementals first, or proceed toward the wizards first. I think I'd rather do the wizards first, because I think that that'll be... Ooh, we just saved over caster save, which is not how that should have gone. We are not supposed to save over caster save. In 90% of circumstances, it doesn't matter, and I don't think it's going to matter here. But that is not how that's supposed to go. That's the autopilot not helping me here. Okay. So it's almost certainly fine. Okay. So we actually managed to survive the initial burst there. Okay. And I did get hit there. We need to be away from the wall. The issue here... Okay, we got one coming in. Okay, it went too far forward, too quickly. Oh, shit! Okay, that time we did land in the lava. That time we landed in the lava. I tried to jump, but I did it too late. Let's see here. Or too early. I don't remember. I don't know if I jumped and then jumped into the lava or if I failed to jump. I don't remember. It doesn't matter. Okay, so that means that we'll be able to drag them into that room. We would prefer to fight them while they're in the corridor. That's probably the best position for them. But maybe not even. Honestly, it's kind of a... kind of a mixed bag to have them in this corridor. Okay, we've got quite a few in this corridor now. Okay, this is the way to be. And you'll note that we're keeping a strong distance between us and this door. The reason being that this wall will break their line of sight. However, if they hit the wall and we're too close to the wall, the projectile will hit us through the wall. That's an important issue in this dungeon in particular. There's multiple dungeons that it's like this, but this is a particularly egregious one for us, where we had to get used to that. Is this gonna hit you? Yes. Yeah, it's basically just a specific interaction of certain kinds of enemy projectiles and certain kinds of walls, where these are very thin walls and, you know, bad things happen. Now, that room is one of the hardest rooms to deal with in vanilla on a melee run, and really not too bad on the casters. This is really not that big of a deal. So hopefully the rest of this place is going to go fairly smoothly. We have so much more damage coming out of Cassowary now. Cassowary is hitting so hard. Those crits, like the crit damage bonus is now ridiculous with that extra. We have a 226% crit damage bonus. What was it before we added that legendary? It was... Okay, so this is like a 50% increase to the damage of our crits. So anytime we get a crit, we're going to hit 50% harder than we were before, which is pretty dang good. That's solid. Did we save? No, we didn't. Don't worry about it. I know what I'm doing. All part of the plan. All part of the plan. Can we get there from here? No. Okay. So we save the game. We save it under danger, which is where we're supposed to be saving the game. Double speed our way through some of this shenanigans. Yeah, I don't know that I would say that Cassowary has been carrying. Cassowary has been carrying through this dungeon. I stand corrected. Cassowary is carrying. One of the nice things is that because the different characters have different damage profiles, the fact that Cassowary hits so much harder than the other characters does not necessarily mean that they are going to be like actually carrying in all the dungeons, because indirect fire is different. Like the Toxic Cloud has carried us through a lot of stuff, even when it was fairly low damage compared to the other attacks. And Implosion has the ability to do indirect fire. Unfortunately, if more enemies were undead, we'd be able to do the same thing with our Seraph more often. Unfortunately, you assholes are not where I want you to be. Weird. Oh, you assholes are going to make my life harder. Because this is an elevated area. Where the fuck is the exit? Okay. Are you all not going to leave that room? Oh god, I can't see them, but they can see me. There we go. Okay, I came down. This is an issue. Okay, we seem to be fine. Where the fuck are you? I saw you a second ago. Oop, that's concerning. Luckily it didn't stop in the middle of the doorway. The other nice thing is that I can see them approaching because they light up the area. What? No. I'm making excellent decisions. Moment to moment, strategically. This is all great. Oh god, hello. Oh, that's a Plagueborn. Ah! Look, everything's going great. Everything has always gone great. That's concerning. Of all the moments... Of all the moments to get the fucking hit off that releases it, I happen to get the hit off. Could you stop being quite so fast, please? Just having to precast into the void. And because I'm having to precast into the void, I have to stare directly at the void, which is not what I want, because if I look directly at the void, I'm going to be... okay, well, you know... Everything about this is fine. We didn't get burned. We just did perfectly. Nah, I don't think we need to save. Why would we need to save? That worked fine. Okay, so now we just need to get through 19% more of the dungeon without ever saving again. That's not true. We can leave whenever we want and save outside. Which I honestly should do sooner rather than later because of the fact that I saved over the caster save, and I should do a save with the caster save that's outside. Why? Because reasons. I don't have a strong justification for why I feel that I should have saves that are outside on the caster save. It's just vibes, but they're important vibes. Okay, are you going to come down? Or are you on the thing above me? There we go. Done. Okay. You know, that I feel like that's actually a pretty good description of why, because game engines are weird is correct. That's a pretty accurate estimation of my vibes-based, like, what feels safe and what feels unsafe to do in terms of my backup saves. Okay, so we now have this door to open, and as soon as we open this door, we're probably going to die. So, what do we want to do about this? We can't use telekinesis because that's an earth spell. Do we open this? Okay. So what we're going to have to do is I think we're going to have to go get food, but we'll do it after we do the thing. Yeah, the thing is that I was hoping, under normal circumstances, the way that I would approach the retreat in that situation is to basically go from one side of the corridor and go to the other side and basically weave around like that. With the projectiles that they have, with the homing projectiles, that's not enough to dodge the attacks. So instead, dodging them would rely on... What are you doing here? I just killed you. Weirdo. Okay. What are you doing here? We will need 10 food to be able to save right next to them. But I don't think that we necessarily need to save right next to them, but we are probably going to want to save... But maybe, I don't know that we actually need to. These fire beasts die in, like, a round of combat, basically. So one thing that we can try to do is be a little bit closer to the wall here. And that didn't help me. We almost got it. We almost got it. Unfortunately, Cassowary got tagged by a warlock that was chasing me the entire way. I think that we'll be able to get this done. I don't think that we need to retreat out to do this. The beasts don't meaningfully change the duration of the run. We just need to get the door open. And once we've got the door open, we could honestly just go and save. We could go outside and save. The door will stay open. The enemies won't stay, like, maneuvered. But we can definitely make that happen. The alternative... is we can do some other stuff. But yeah, there's multiple warlocks in that room. And we basically are just relying on them moving in a direction that is not hostile to us. If they move, basically we need them to move themselves out of line of sight, which for the most part happened in the room just now. The only issue was that there was a slight problem. If we stand right here, whoops. Okay, yes. If we stand right in the corner there, I didn't think that would work because I figured that the enemies would hit me through the wall, which is why I was at such a weird angle at the start the last time. But in the most recent time that I did it, I actually didn't get hit when I was in that corner, and I wasn't sure why. So I just got lucky in that corner where they hit me from an angle where the attacks just didn't hit the wall right in front of me and kill me. That's my presumption there. So we won't be able to use that wall. That wall is not our friend. And... but I think that we can make this work. It's just going to be a matter of not getting tagged on the way out. Which... there's, even if they tag us once, we have, that didn't proc our thing. We didn't quite go to 0 from that, so we actually are safe, I believe, to do this. And unfortunately, they did tag Goose for for 10,000 damage. And if that attack had come out to either Junglefell or to Raven, we'd be fine. Either of those two survived that hit. Either of them survive that hit. So if we only take one attack from a warlock, we have a 40% chance of survival. We would have more if it was not as overwhelmingly strong as it is, because our dragon is pretty durable, but is not that durable. There's limits. There's limits. And actually, so Cassowary is very durable, and Mina is surprisingly difficult to kill with that just gargantuan mana pool. It takes 4,000 negative damage to kill Mina, right? That's pretty good. Unfortunately for us, these are hitting for like 10,000 damage. Okay, we got the dodge. We're all good. So, yeah, the warlocks are definitely fully capable of killing Mina. Are you going to leak out as well? Like, just solo? Because that would be cool for me. So this is a group that's going to have a lot of warlocks in it. I could do that. Oops. That's the wrong direction. I could do that. That is definitely a thing that could be done. The issue is that I'm incredibly cocky, right? I'm not quite as cocky as it might seem. Because I am engaging in this in a much more paranoid manner than is normal for me. Like, you'll note that I'm shooting all of my attacks, not just individual attacks. The reason for that is not because it's going to be an effective way of getting them. It's because I don't have enough attention to invest to feel comfortable. How funny would it be if I killed these, and then after I killed them, I fell in the lava and died. Because I don't have the food to save once I kill these. I don't like the fact that I can't see that one until it starts moving. I'm also very sad that it's not quite close enough. I don't know that I've actually dealt any damage to this one. I guess we could find out. I'm not a huge fan of this one's positioning. I think I'm going to go save. We're gonna go grab food and save. Okay, we've cleared out the bulk of that room. I don't think I've really done any damage to that final warlock, so I don't feel like I'm wasting No, falling in the lava, no kidding. Let's see here. What's that? I forget. Probably nothing important. I'm sure it was nothing of importance. Can you imagine if enemies had access to implosion? Like, there are some spells that you just cannot dodge, and none of the enemies have them. So I'm just like imagining the kind of like mean-spirited bullshit that like a mod developer could make. Like, imagine giving Inferno to devils. Like, oh, this would be interesting. What if we gave Inferno to the devils so that if anytime they think they have line of sight on you, they cast Inferno?
You see, it was a mistake.
You see, it was a mistake. It was fine. It was fine. Everything's fine. Don't think about all the alternate lives where you died horribly. It's fine. I think the issue with adding those kinds of attacks to the enemies is that they're fundamentally just not terrible. It just wouldn't be terribly fair. The game does really rely on your ability to mitigate enemy damage, and the being unable to dodge the attacks and they just like automatically hit you. I don't feel like that would be like, I can see specific circumstances. Like, there's some post-game stuff that I could see it working for, because it, like, for like a very specific challenge where it's like, okay, this requires that you be at least this durable. You have to be durable enough to survive this. I think that would work less well with enemies that scale to you, because then you don't have like a specific benchmark you're looking for. It gets like a lot more dicey and complicated at that point. But like it could still work, but it would need to be in a controlled environment. Like, you wouldn't want that to be like a normal part of gameplay, because of the way that it kind of like invalidates gameplay to a degree. I have one side of my face shaved because I'm lazy, and so I don't want to shave. However, I'm required to shave the left side of my face because that's the side of my head that my wife sleeps on, and she doesn't want to deal with a beard. And that's unironically a portion of the answer. Beyond that, I just like it. I like the aesthetic. I play a lot of like JRPGs, and JRPGs love character design that is asymmetrical. So I really like asymmetrical designs. I think they're cool. So I like it aesthetically. I think that it's fun. And because like beards are cool. There's a lot of interesting things you can do with them, but everyone kind of does the same things, which is weird to me. Like, there's a lot of different designs that people do with their beards, but they do like, they all are like of a kind in specific ways. Well, no, 100%. Well, the other thing is that I haven't shaved today, so like it's less clear. It's much less clear when I haven't shaved in a couple of days, because this is like it's a little tiny screen. So we can finally upgrade that item. Yarhoo! Wait, Hourglass of Time? That's the wrong item. God damn it. I thought we were finally going to be able to make that legendary useful. Yeah, I really enjoy it. I at first did it like I'm trying to remember the specific details of why I did it. I think it was like a joke, right? I think it was a joke that I did, and then I did it as a joke, and then I just liked it and I kept it, and my wife didn't complain about it. So, because like she has to look at me and I don't have to look at me. I mean, I guess I do have to look at me because I do video where I look over there and then I'm right there. But I don't look at myself in depth, right? I'm not like paying that close of attention. I guess Armageddon on Death Boss. Oh no. Oh no! Like that thing that we fought in whatever that game that we were playing was. Wow, that was really dumb. I can't believe we survived. We might still not survive. Oh god, you are so close. The floor is literally lava. Oh god. Oh, that's a Plagueborn again? Rude! Go away! Okay. So we've now aggroed these. Unclear. Maybe that's what happened to Garrick. Maybe Garrick died of the plague. Created a bunch of, like, plagued elementals. Died of plague. Let's see. Let's see. Hey, not if it's okay, that's really rude. That's really rude. Why are you standing there? Okay. I say that's really rude. That's actually where I want them to be, and because that makes my life easier here, I can just put this down and they'll come up to me. So that's actually great for me that they did that, but... Okay. Whoa, that was close. I'm not at the right angle. Okay, we're fine. So, do we drop down? Are you going to come out to me? I don't think so, right? Yeah, you're not going to come to me. You're going to be mean about it. Okay, that one's toast. We have so many fucking fire elementals here. Okay, this is fine. They're inside here. I think maybe we save. No, we don't save. We should have saved. Oh god, why? Woo! Okay. Now we save. We've done so much damage to that thing, I'm not willing to lose that damage. Nope. One of the nice things about being ranged instead of melee is that I really can come at these angles way easier. So, like, I can fairly comfortably avoid the, the portion of the wall that's going to cause problems for me here. Okay, so that one's toast. And honestly, I think we have to go back and buy more food. I think that we're going to go buy more food. This is a really, really tough section of dungeon, and we're just going to aggressively be saving. That way we can get to the point where we go... I almost walked into the lava. That way we can get to the point where we can go to Talia again, so that we can get to the part where we die really horribly. So that way we can get to the real shit. That's when things really hit the fan. This is the easy part of the stream. Yeah. I really enjoy it. It was also something that I started doing the beard thing during COVID as well. So, like, it was really funny. Like, because, like, during COVID, I'm wearing a mask all the time. I still wear a mask everywhere. But I was wearing a mask for, the longest time. And when you're wearing a mask, you can technically tell. But one thing that's interesting about this look is that people legitimately do not notice, even though it's really obvious in person. Like, on the screen, it's not necessarily as obvious, like, immediately, because, it's this little tiny box or whatever, right? But, like, in person, it's like, this side is just covered in hair, and this side isn't, right? It's very, very obvious. But the thing that's really funny is that even though it's technically really obvious, you don't see it unless you're looking at me straight. So someone who's sitting to this, like, if I'm at a table, like, eating, and someone's on my left side, until I turn to face them, they just see a clean-shaven face. And then the person on my right is just seeing an unshaved face, right? Both of them are just looking at a singular, coherent, understandable thing, and then it changes. So, I do enjoy the periodic looks of, like, wait, what? The double takes, like, 20 minutes after starting a conversation with someone, they'll go, wait a second, what the fuck? This is a different facial style than I thought it was. So I like that element of it. And also, like, I'm non-binary, right? Like, I'm perfectly comfortable and, like, in, like, a masculine role, and I'm comfortable, like, being a man or whatever. But, like, I don't have any strong feelings about it, right? Like, I don't have any strong feelings about it, so, like, I'm technically non-binary. And I just kind of like that dichotomy of the aesthetic, right? Of having the very masculine, like features and then not completed, right? Which I just think is kind of fun, right? Wait. The beard. I really like the aesthetic. It's fun. Arc Run the Life. I feel like if I was trying to arc mode I feel like that would involve way more shaving, right? It would have to be some sort of bullshit. It would be like, oh yeah, okay. I need to stay clean shaven, but I'm only allowed to shave on alternate Wednesdays, and like only with like specific types of razors, and like, well, you know, I walked right into that. You know, I have no one to blame but myself. I was being way over aggressive there. I don't want to save prior to like reaching them because I want to have all 3 saves for like the actual fight. And I'm trying to figure out how I want to approach the battle itself, because I don't want to lure them all into that little room because it's going to take a long time. But it also takes a long time to die. Luckily, the elevator is already down. We made the correct decision in leaving the elevator where it was. Yeah, I'm like not allowed to use a barber. I have to cut my own hair. And I have to make it look good. It's actually very convenient for me that, like, the hair aesthetic that I like the most is just infinite length hair. Right? Like, give me hair that goes down to my ass and I'm happy. And I don't have any particular desire to style it. I just want it to be long. That's all I give a shit about. The Sephiroth coated hair. That's true. That is true. Look, she doesn't have to tell me to. She doesn't have to tell me to do chores. I know when I haven't done the chores. I know when they aren't done. I'm responsible for dealing with those. She does have to tell me when she's running out of specific articles of clothing, though, because it's very easy. Because I'm not tracking what I'm cleaning of hers. I'm just cleaning stuff, right? So it's easy for like certain types of stuff to like fall to the bottom of like the pile, and then it's like, oh, you know, I'm actually running out of this thing, even though there isn't that much laundry left, right? In particular, because like certain styles of clothing are used for very like specific things, right? Like certain types of work stuff requires certain types of clothes, and so you have a limited amount of that kind of stuff. So that's the one thing where, like, you know, direct input is necessary sometimes, where it's like, okay, well, I have, in theory, a decent amount of this broad class of object. Wow, that was such bad play on my part, imagine. Imagine surviving in a less deserving situation than that. Let's see. Can't go home until we clear all the games on the first floor. Look, if you can't be skilled, be lucky. That's my motto. God, that would be terrible as a motto. that doesn't reflect me at all. They're not that bad. Like, honestly, like I've played like a couple of gacha games. When I do that kind of game, like I'll play pay to win games for the specific purpose of feeling like I can go all out in like a competitive situation without feeling bad. I just walked in the lava. We're not quite done. We still have we have a couple enemies left. But like I'll like be like, okay, well, I don't need to feel like this person is at a disadvantage against me by virtue of the fact that I'm me. So I don't feel so bad about beating them because they're spending a bunch of money trying to beat me. And then I start thinking about the actual business model of these organizations and how by beating people who are like investing money, I'm encouraging them to spend money. And like sort of helping to lock them into like abusive, monetization schemes. And then I start feeling bad again, and then it's like, okay, well, fine, I guess I'll just stick to games that don't involve competing against other people, because there's no place that I'll be able to compete with people and not feel bad. And yes, you need expert vampire to get levitate, so we're gonna get levitate at the end of the game. I also don't know, was levitate fixed so that it works on lava in the other games? Because I believe in Merge it didn't work on the lava in places like Might and Magic 6. Like, I think it only actually worked in 8. Because the lava is just coded differently in the different games. Forge is done. We are done here. We've also completed a quest, so we can turn in the council quest in Mist. We might need more levels here, we might not, but even if we need more levels, we'll probably just get them by turning in a quest. I guess it depends on how much EXP we need. Let's find out. This is not the right save. We will save under caster save. Okay, we need over a level to continue. Let's take a look at what we got. Got a spear, got a thing.
It's probably okay.
I like this bobber. It's a lot of might and intellect. Great combination that I love to see. Mass fear, heroism. Hammer hands, heroism. Wait, do you not have expert mind?
This is good. It's probably okay.
That's not bad. It's a nice little upgrade for... It's a nice little upgrade for you. Wait, nope, never mind. Okay, so... This gives us a bunch of luck. Oh, we actually have one. We have one of those. We just don't know what we're going to need to use it on. I like to save those until fairly late in the game, so that I have a good idea of.
Can't learn it. I can't learn that. That would be useful. I might be able to use it. I might be able to.
Okay. This is not terrible. What is it? Okay, this is absolute garbage. Let's see. So that I do need to figure out. I guess it doesn't. Again, it doesn't matter. We don't actually have an hourglass. So since we don't have an hourglass, we don't need to work on that item. Do I have any other items that I need to work on? I don't have any other. I don't think I want to work on legendary leather right now. You know what I could do? I'm pretty content to leave this on double accuracy. Yeah, some goddamn lizard's looking. Wizard is looking for it. We could pump our accuracy more. Do we want to get a bit serious with it? We haven't invested in our armor and weapons at all thus far. We haven't done any crafting. This entire run, we have ignored crafting as a mechanic. Okay, that's very rude. Oh, speaking of the volcano, I never actually got the horseshoes from the volcano. We need to do that. You can tell I'm on the caster run because I didn't bother to get the horseshoes. I'm just like, I am too overpowered to need horseshoes. Who needs 4 skill points in the early game? Who needs it? Certainly not me. Alright, so we're just going to wait until dawn. We'll head over to Mist. We'll turn in this quest. I think that that's the way to approach this. Okay.
Welcome aboard.
There.
Raise the
Popping over to
flag,
Mist.
hoist the sails.
And that's not true. There's no way that's true. I don't believe that for a second, but we are going to try it. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. We're gonna turn in this quest, and then we have to go back through New Sorpile to get back to where we're going. So.
Prince Albert Newton, Marquis of Mist and High Sorcerer of Enroth.
What were your names again? Okay. That's almost exactly what we needed. We have like exactly 1 extra level over the other one. Perfect. So. Yeah.
Welcome aboard. Raise the flag and hoist
Yeah.
the sails.
Press F to doubt.
Hello, come on in. Coming right up.
You have to collect 120 stars and then climb to the top of the volcano, and Yoshi will be there. I know about your tricks. The funny thing is, that's actually true. That one's true. Okay, so we're... Okay, we say we're learning new things. Let's not get too hasty with it. With this shenanigans. You don't play the flute, you click the buoy. I remember this now. I'm like, wait, there's a buoy right here. I think I just clicked this. Okay, let's see if the flute does it too, actually. Let's do this. And we'll come out to the main screen. Okay, the flute is not doing it. And if you chain click it, it'll do it a bunch of times. That's very cool. Whoa! Hey, buddy. Okay, so we're going not to Jadain. We are going to Antagaric. That's a good question. I think it would probably take a lot to actually crash the game. It didn't seem like the game was slowing down to me. The projectiles are just kind of slow. It might have slowed down on Twitch. As it's like trying to catch up with the thingamabobber. That is probably true. Okay, so I think we're gonna go deal with... We're gonna finish Markham's estate, right? Does that seem like what we want to do?
Traveling today?
I think so. We gotta do our pottery. Gotta go to the pottery barn. Okay, so... we can just walk east. This is west. I definitely know my directions. Tatalia does have a training place, so we'll be doing our training here. And do we want... to start paying close and serious attention to our gear?
Need some training? That's the ticket. That's the
I
ticket.
have not
That's the ticket. That's the ticket.
done any meaningful stuff with the Thinger. We haven't done the Cellar. The Cellar is actually going to be harder than Markham's Estate, I think. The bats are eradicating me. Which is a minor issue. You know, that's a concern, is that the rats or the bats are literally eradicating me. Yeah, that's going to be a concern. So I don't know how I'm going to deal with that problem. I could try to do that place first. What do I want to put points into for you? It's really tempting to put points into mind magic, but again, I'm not using it yet, is the issue. Wait, you have access to Grandmaster regeneration? What class are you? Oh, you're a vampire. I should probably invest into fucking regen on you at some point. You can get, like, master for fucking bodybuilding. Okay. We're not doing it. We're not gonna sully ourselves by investing into durability on our spellcaster run. We might at some point. If we really continue to struggle once we get access to more of the toolkits that we're looking to have access to, I will consider investing into things like bodybuilding to get access. If I get everyone to expert, that's a pretty huge boost to their HP. I get Grandmaster regeneration on this character. That's big, right? That's a big deal. We also have access to shared life and stuff like that. So if I could get stuff like that, that would be potentially very valuable. But we'll see if that ends up becoming relevant at any point. So gotta toot the flute. Okay, do we want to do this? I think we do. We're gonna try the wine cellar. So in the wine cellar, I'm gonna try standing as deep in this corner as possible. And that doesn't help us. The other things are not moving the way that I need them to move in order for that to be useful. But yeah, the other thing is that let's take a look at these bats and check how much HP they have. This bat hits for 2,000 to 4,000 physical damage and has 13,000 HP.
Let's take it.
That's a mid-tier. Can you hide behind a cage downstairs? Potentially. There's only one issue with that. Only the one. So I'll show you the issue with that when I get a better attempt than that. So let's investigate. Let's presume that we get through this set of bats. There's a whole set of bats completely blocking this location. So we can't actually get downstairs until we clear the upstairs. We have to clear through the bats. There's never going to be just like one or two bats in that room because on Insanity, the enemy spawns are fairly consistent. I think they spawn at a minimum of 70% of their maximum value. So we did do the Mercenary Guild yesterday, yes. It was glorious. It was beautiful. Oh, it was so good. Oh, it was good. So, it's tempting to say the Markham's Estate is the way to go, except we don't really get that much benefit. We're not delaying the inevitable by very much by doing that. So, the question is there an actual position here that will be safe? And the answer to that is I don't know. But most likely these wine racks have something that I can do to protect myself from against at least some of the enemies here. So like if I could avoid just the necromancers getting to me by standing in a specific location, that'll at least give me a proof of concept for how to approach this. So the key is that with this place in the past, if you stand in like a specific location here, with the way the AI behaved before, these necromancers would pin themselves beneath you and not actually get in range. I believe that the changes to the way that the AI handles corners has made that no longer valid. So what I'm looking to do is basically find a strategy, and I don't think that there's going to be a strategy that involves this top section. This top section, I think, is a no-go. We might be able to do it. The issue, though, is that it was kind of finicky at the time. Like, I remember it being finicky. So, like... That's promising. That's actually promising. A lot of those bats got stuck, and I don't know if it was just those 2 bats hitting me. Those 2 bats would be enough to kill me, but that might actually get it done. That might get the job done. Look at that, look at that. It's beautiful. Okay, so this might work. This might actually work. That was very promising. So we need to bury ourselves over here. Let's try it a little bit further down. Okay, these are rotating out. The previous time, the necromancers did not rotate out. So we're going to go to here. We have 1 speaker that rotated out. We have the Queen of the Dead that rotated around the back. But this is definitely a limited subsection of the enemy pack. So if we could get... It's possible that this will work with just a bit of luck. It's also possible that this will only work if we can handle more of the enemies. But, like, we only had, like, a couple of enemies that were actually attacking us there, I think. Again, it's just that we're so squishy. So, those moving to the left causes a problem for us.
Let's investigate.
And I want to take a look here. This is definitely locked in. This strategy might just require some RNG to make work. We have 10 food.
Yeah, great.
That's not a silly idea. That's a strategy that would work in a lot of areas in Might and Magic 6. It doesn't work almost ever outside of 6. Like, the bunk beds and stuff like that are basically what saved us in one of the areas. And unfortunately, this is not one of the areas that I think that'll work. There might be, like, a specific frame I could get to that it'll work, but not that I'm aware of. We're basically just gonna do this a few extra times to see if we can get. And I shouldn't be attacking those while they're there. I need to check if I can do anything fancy with it. And I am curious about this, because some of them are definitely locking in. And I don't know... I'm going to need to start checking on them. So if we go right here, I'm going to just watch them. The first one rotates through, second one rotates through. This time, none of them are getting stuck. I don't know if that's because of my positioning or if it's because of RNG on their movement. So we're going to do this again. Because it's very finicky. This is a very finicky location. So there's also the possibility that in order to make this work, we're going to need... There's the possibility that in order to make this work, we're going to need to do it's a multi-stage process. Yeah, that one rotated in, which means that we're gonna have to. The normal bat we might have been able to kill, but not the top tier. The top tier bats we can't fight right now, which is so funny. That's funny. We don't have line of sight to them from here. This is very bizarre. Unfortunately, we might have cracked the code here, yeah. I'm not sure if I should admit to what probably did it, because people will tell me that I need to reload for cheating. Let's see if people can figure out why I'm saying that. Based off of how the very beginning of this fight went. There's ways that I could do it without cheating. But I just kind of... maybe did a thing that I'm technically not supposed to be doing. Accidentally. And it actually was accidental. I just wasn't really thinking about it. Okay, that one's probably gonna kill me. It's still at like nearly full HP, so this is almost certainly gonna kill me. So, if incidental
Seen one before.
stuff doesn't kill me, I think this will work. There's gonna be some incidental leaks. But I think that we have a strategy that'll work here, and because these spawn so many ads when we do this, I think this will work. So, the thing that I did, I'm gonna mention it now. The thing that I did that I think locked that first necromancer in, I hit them with a physical attack. So that is an issue if I need to hit them with a physical attack, but I don't. I just need to hit them at all. So what we're going to look to do here is, wait for it, and cast Immolation at the right moment. Unfortunately, those were pretty far away from me compared to the other one, so... but basically what we're looking to do is reset their AI at the right moment. So right here, this room is solved. So we still have to deal with the fact that there's randomness on the behavior of the bats. If the bats fly to the left side there, then we're fucked. And if these don't approach close enough, we're fucked. However, as you can see, if we hit them while they're approaching the corner, at the right moment, we lock the first one in. As soon as the first one gets locked in, everything behind it stops. God, it feels good. It feels so good. Oh, man. Okay, this one is going to attack us and kill us. Okay, we actually almost got that. We can't, unfortunately, because of the nature of this, we can't actually give the thing that's killing us the respect that it deserves. I could Inferno, but I don't want to Inferno. When we're setting them up, I don't want to reset everything's AI. I only want to do the leading enemy, because if I reset the behavior on the others, there is the possibility, that's pretty far, Okay. There's the possibility that... Damn it. One vampire bat killed 3 people. One bat. Jeez. Okay. Oops. You're gonna kill me. You're just gonna... This... Wait. Actually, I can swap her. Damn. Actually, let's stay. Okay, we're not gonna survive. That's so funny. Everybody rotates exactly where they need to be. But yeah, there is some RNG to this with regards to the behavior of the bats and these. If any of these rotate this way, we die. Okay. I don't think I'm going to be able to do anything meaningful with them. So, now is the time that we just start spamming Inferno. Okay. I don't think that'll do anything. Correct. Now, importantly, this is not a perfect setup. This is a setup where when the enemies start dying, they are going to meander a bit, and it's possible for something like a ghost or a shade or something like that to leak. That scared the shit out of me. I thought that was a thing attacking me. Okay. Do we have the... We don't have the right equipped. This ghost needs to die. Unfortunately, I don't know why this is at full HP. I don't know where this ghost is coming from. The person who just got eradicated got a thing. Nothing's hitting them from here because of the fact that there's like basically an invisible wall blocking us off from them. It's very concerning that a ghost did that twice in a row there. Okay, I wasn't in the right location, apparently. Let's see. No, the ghosts are being summoned by the Necromancers. So each of the tiers of Necromancer can summon up to, like, I think 5 ghosts of the same tier that they are. So the Queen of the Damned, or whatever they are summoning the top tier ghosts, and that's an issue. Summoner bosses are actually not an issue in a circumstance like this, because summoners only summon when they attack you, when they hit you specifically. They have to actually land their attack in order to deal any damage. And unfortunately, we did get eradicated by one of these bats. Life is sad. And I wish that I knew, like, what would be the best... Okay, I needed to hit the other one. That one had already stopped. That was silly of me. Yeah. I think if I had hit the other one, we would have gotten it there. Okay, that was not close enough. Yeah, I don't think if I'm that high up, I'll be able to consistently stop them. I need to be further down. Oh, we're actually not far enough down there either. Okay, we need to go a little bit further. And we're probably just dead here. These didn't even need moving. Yeah. You know what I can try, actually? this might work. There's actually a couple things that I can try. So, I wasn't looking far enough down. I just realized this. This is probably, like, going to be important information. I can cast Destroy... I can't cast Destroy Undead, can I? I can't cast Destroy Undead. Never mind. That's not a spell that I have. Why would you think that I have that spell? Okay. We need to hit you before you move. Okay. Turn Undead? No, but Destroy Undead would allow us to kill the ghosts that are maneuvering around. Because the ghosts can move. I don't think this... Okay, I stand corrected. It just missed 3 times in a row. I was like, this might actually have its line of sight blocked. It just thinks it has access to us. I also think that this will go more smoothly. This might go more smoothly if I'm not invisible at the start, actually. That is true as well. It was very funny seeing the your enchantment prevented unconsciousness message when my character got eradicated outright. It's like, you know, there's a couple of ways that the unconsciousness status effect didn't go off there. That's very interesting. So that's 2 that have come through in a way that we've never seen them come through before. We've never seen them come through that way. Whoops, I forgot to do that. Okay, so we're dead. Let's... But I think that going in here invisible is actually a mistake. I think that it's better to do it this way. Okay, that one did need stopping, but it might have stopped on its own. I don't know. Maybe I need to go further down.
Yeah, great.
Those all stopped. Okay, this bat is dead. This one, god damn it. Why are bats so strong? Wait, why are these bats this strong? What level is this bat? Why are these bats higher level? Wait. Why are these bats so high level? I have 65 bolsters. This bat, you're telling me this mid-tier bat is base level 42? I just realized this. So, I think that... Are there multiple types of bats? I didn't realize that that was a thing in this. Is that a thing in vanilla, or is that a mock change, or is that like a merge change?
Yeah, great.
Because like in vanilla, I'm pretty sure that everything just has like a base template, right? And then... You're not gonna hit me, right? Okay, fine. Do exactly that. You know, if I had actually been hitting it from the start, I might have been able to kill it. Probably not. Oh, I should have tried to fear it. If I could fear it away from me, there is the possibility that we make that work. Is it?
Let's investigate.
That actually hit everybody, interestingly enough. Okay, so where are our undead? They're all chilling right here. So, let's cast Inferno. So that killed those bats. We have this bat here. I don't like the fact that this bat is here. I'm going to cast Inferno. This is not going to hit as many targets, But importantly, it's going to hit the target that I feel like is in the most dangerous leak position.
Beats me.
So that if it does leak... Okay, we can hit this. Perfect. But it also indicates that, like, this, like, sort of pseudo-wall here is not very strong there. Okay. There's a Swapper Queen of the Dead. It can swap around. How many are we hitting? Immolation is hitting a decent number of them, but not everything.
I don't.
Am I hitting you? Why are you not having a hit animation? Right, you cannot cast this, right? 295. Even if I deactivated all my spells, I still couldn't cast it. And the hope is that once this is cleared, we can... Okay. I didn't think that was going to work, but you never know. Okay.
I think we can take it. Let's take it. I don't know.
Speaker for the Dead. Do we only have the one? We only have the one, yeah. This is not a very strong room, that is true.
I think we can take it.
But it's fine. I'll take it. If we can get the kill here, good enough. Good enough. But yeah, so we're gonna spam Inferno. Man, I wish I could spam Destroy Undead. That would make my life so much easier. If I could spam Destroy Undead, I could kill off all of the ghosts, so that they don't have the potential to leak at me, which might come back to bite me. But I think is generally a good play. So the ghosts are lower level than the bats.
I don't.
Huh. That's interesting.
know.
That's very interesting. I don't have anything that's... Man, if only we had the things that we want. You know, the other thing we could use is we could use Berserk. It's pack per pack calculation, right? So each pack is calculated differently. Having a weaker pack at the start here means that we're going to be clearing a smaller percentage of the dungeon, right? Which is potentially an issue. It means that the relative power of the rest of the dungeon is stronger in the sense that, like, it's going to take us longer to get the ability to leave the dungeon. But even then, I don't know that that's that relevant, because this first room is still going to have just an enormous amount in it, because all of these are summoning, and each one that they're summoning, each of these things they summon, is being added to the tally. And the enemies that are in the other rooms are not summoning because they haven't been activated yet. So since they're not going to be summoning, this room it has like a huge percentage of the total clearance, even if it's not like that huge in general. So we have that going for us. Unfortunately, Immolation is not long enough range to hit like most of the enemies here. So... But yeah, if we get the ability to leave the dungeon, that's really clutch. If we get the ability to just walk out that door, that is going to save us a huge amount of time and effort. This is a very tiny dungeon, so I guess I should probably double speed. That would have made sense. My AoEs aren't hitting. The only thing that's hitting is the Inferno. Basically there's an invisible wall here that is blocking projectiles, but doesn't block my vision. So I can shoot through it with things like Inferno, but I can't shoot a projectile through it, including an AoE. So like if I hit an AoE on here, that should hit these, but it doesn't hit them because of the invisible wall. So what am I hitting right now? Am I hitting the two of you? Probably. Okay, we're going to Inferno a few times. We're not hitting very hard with this now. So, because we're not hitting very hard with this now, I think it's time to transition to... That's it. And this is the way. No, the thing that I was casting to lock the pack in is Implosion. So I'm only hitting one target, but it's the target that's in the front. So if you lock the first target in, all the other targets run into them, and it forces them to recalculate what they're doing. And when they do that recalculation, they go, oh, I should stop here because I'm close enough to be in melee range. So that's basically what's going on there. So I should mention that on a melee party, this would be way easier. I can hit these through the wall. Like, if I just turn, I can just punch you, right? Like, there's nothing stopping me from hitting these with a melee attack. Could I use Implosion to kill the two remaining? I can, yes. And this is easy enough to set up that I'm going to be swapping between the two. Because this is going to take forever. This Queen of the Dead boss is going to take an eternity to kill. And unfortunately, we can't set Implosion as a ready spell, because Implosion is the only spell that this character can cast that will do this. And they'll random their spells each time I cast it, so I have to cast the spell manually. But yeah, this is going to go fairly quickly, I think. The Implosion is hitting for really good damage. Toxic Cloud is not, because they have really high dark resistance, I think. Okay, so the other one died of the immolation aura, which is very funny.
I've never seen one before.
Yeah, this is not going to take too long, I don't think, actually. This is going pretty smoothly. So we just have the one left now, and once she's down, we can save the game, and we'll be able to start working on the next pack of bats. My hope is that I can actually just bring them to the same location, and if I can bring them to the same spot,
I've never seen them.
then that will be amazing for us. But yeah, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to use everybody for this, but
I don't know.
we are able to get good work done here. I actually probably should have started doing Implosion earlier, than I did. No, Rock Blast is a master level spell, and we don't have access to any master trainers for Earth yet. Mist has the master trainers for the other elements, but we have to get to Silver Cove for Earth. And the other ones are, I think, in Tularia, which we haven't been to yet. Where the hell was I? I don't feel like it was this weird a angle last time, but I'll take it. Need to blow through this monobar. Then we go to you.
Never seen one before.
And it's pretty close to dead. So the other nice thing is that because they don't have line of sight on us, they're not casting pain reflection. So with no pain reflection coming out, I don't need to dispel it. The master level thing is there. No, the Paramount one is there. Is that where the GM is? In 7? Or is the Master Earth Trainer an elf who's in the Dwarf City? Because I feel like there's like a very specific character portrait that I'm remembering that was the master for that game. And I thought they were in Tularia, but they might not be in Tularia.
Never seen one before.
Okay. Why am I in the red? Oh, I hate that. Oh, I hate that for me. What the fuck do you mean I'm in the red? Okay. We have cleared out that boss. We are going to save this under danger. I don't know what's happening with this red thing. We are not going to take the risk of moving. We're just going to save the game first, and then we can figure out what the fuck's going on with you. So that's a couple of bats that we're going to basically have to move. Okay, we're not actually hitting them with any of these spells, so
I think we can take it.
we were basically just beating them to death. Is that true? That's implosion. Yes, okay, so we are...
I don't know.
Okay.
This one's powerful.
Never seen
Okay.
one before.
So this one should die on the next hit. Okay, we're now in the yellow. So that's not going to be too difficult, I think. Right, I remember the Deja person now. Let's see here. Open you. This is just a normal bat. We should be able to kill it in one round of combat. Okay, there's another bat coming. Nope, that's a vampire. Vampire's dead. So, the Elder Vampires do not have a ton of HP. Okay, we got this extra set of bats. We're getting right here. And we got this. Night, Doja Cat. Yeah, we're going to get this. So this is actually going to be probably the easier of the two. We did manage to get a sequence, a strategy. Oh! The bank shot with the Instagib. Let's go. Alright, can I shoot into that tunnel? Probably not. Okay, that one's toast. We had another Queen of the Damned. We need them to rotate this way. That one's going to rotate the wrong way and kill us. It hasn't killed us yet. We might actually be able to use this as well. Can we use you? This corner might work now. Okay, so we're going to reload this. So we need to kill these. That's easy. Unlocking these and then just pounding them with some implosions is going to work great. Perfect. After that, we're going to open the thing. And we might be able to use the other place instead of this one. So that one's toast. I can see the other one's body. And this one is not low. So we are going to have to burn through its like entire HP bar. But luckily they're not that durable. Okay. If I was letting myself use like Cassowary's melee damage as a primary component of my strategy, then this would actually be fairly simple. This is a place where melees have a distinct advantage because you can just do full DPS this entire sequence, right? I don't actually need any spells for this part. So what I'm going to try to do is we're going to open this up and we're going to just try to kill whatever shows up. This does have a ranged attack. Might not need it. Okay. Shit, I went too far. Okay, we're fine. We're not fine. Okay, that bat did not kill us. Alright, all of these are locked in now, I believe. So, we can now use... I guess... I think Implosion might do more damage per mana right now. Especially when you consider that the other bats... Oh, there's actually 3 of these, though. There's 3 vampire bats. Maybe I do just use the Inferno. That does 1,800 for 144 mana. This is... Okay, so this is about roughly twice as efficient. Okay, so let's go ahead and double speed. So we'll clear out this pack. With this pack cleared, we're going to have to deal with those necromancers. The issue with the necromancers is that if they rotate this way, they can kill us if we're up here. If they rotate this way, I think we can comfortably stop them. And that would be good. However... I just don't know. I don't know. Okay, that one's dead.
Never seen one
That
before.
one's close to dead. That one's not as close to dead.
I've never seen
Okay. So, That one fell over dead from just the immolation. And I think we're going to just wait for these to die of the immolation. Funnily enough, the normal giant bat is the last one to die by 1 tick. Not too shabby. So, from here, we have a couple of options. I wish that I had the ability to save a second time, which I would if I had bothered to go get food. But I didn't, so... Such is life. We're actually going to try this with this corner. I'm going to cast a fireball. I'm going to have to auto-cast it. Okay, it did not hit anybody, which is a problem because I need... Okay, that one's dead. So... Can I make this happen? The answer is I can definitely make it happen. Unfortunately, that's too far away to hit them. Can I shoot the... Ooh, I can probably shoot the ceiling? No, I can't shoot the ceiling. I'm not going to be able to actually hit it. But... can I... I'm trying to figure... Because we don't do any damage with Toxic Cloud. Toxic Cloud is a really bad option from a DPS perspective. So, whoops. I accidentally double-clicked. Spectre here. Yeah, this is going to take a very long time dealing almost exclusively single target damage. I'm going to move a little bit closer. Okay. By moving a little bit closer,
Ready to go.
we might be able...
Ready to use.
make this happen.
Ready to use.
We got the fireball off. Unfortunately, we have an even longer rotation to use fireball effectively. Turn this way. And we shot it into the chasm there. Okay, that's actually not gonna work. It might make sense to just use the dragon and call it a day. Like, if we just wait on the Dragon Blast, this, in terms of, like, the effectiveness from, like, my time, I think it's probably most efficient to just sit here and hit for 36,000 damage until we have fewer enemies in play. This pack should bring us to 65%. That's my presumption. And if this pack brings us to 65% when we clear it, that will mean that we can leave the dungeon and save as much as we want. And then the dungeon is done. Like, this is not going to be a super difficult dungeon to clear if we have the ability to use multiple safe positions as well as... wouldn't it be nice if this position also gave me access to kills with you? So sad. Okay. So I think we're only hitting a few enemies now, maybe 3. I don't actually know if we're hitting every target. Monsters are weakened, can no longer resurrect. That's excellent. We are no longer in the red. Did we just kill everybody? We just killed everybody. Perfect. Monsters are weakened, can no longer resurrect. We leave the vampire family house. We save the game under dungeon because we don't want to overwrite our save here. And yes, look at that. That right there looks like victory. Okay, that's a shade on its own. I think I'm going to swap to single target. And we're going to just keep pulling. This is probably not the best way to pull, but it's okay. Okay. And since we've now cleared a couple of them, let's just go and save. We've burned through a lot of time, and we can move on. Let's see. Not enough bolster for what? Look, no amount of bolster can kill us if we have solved a dungeon, okay? Once the dungeon is solved, there's no amount of bolster that saves them. Okay, that might leak, and that'll make me sad if it does, but this point stands. Oh, I don't think so, no. Yeah, no, not at all. Not even close. It's going to take a while before we can go back to 8. Or go back to 6, rather. Because we're getting 2 levels each time. Like, each time we go back and forth, we need to get 2 levels. So that... Oops. Usually entails completing a dungeon and then something else. The only exception to that was when we were really low level and fighting enemies that were massively higher, like they were 30 levels higher than us and we were only level 40. When we're in that kind of a situation, we can have the enemies give us so much experience that we like just immediately level out of range just from clearing portions of the dungeon. But for this portion of the game, it's going to be much more stable in terms of we're probably going to be clearing about a dungeon and a half for every trip back to a location. That would be my assumption. It'll depend also on whether we could complete like quests and things like that. Quests will give us a decent bit of XP, but like a quest that's giving us 40% of a level. 40% of a level is great, but it's only a fifth of what we need to actually leave the area. So now, obviously, if a quest decides to give us 1.8 million experience, you know, that changes things a bit. That changes the dynamic a little bit, but yeah. Oh, we're not hitting you. That's a concern, because we are still in red. We will move closer. This is a concern, because this does put us at risk, but the shade is going to melt from this, so we should be fine. So once we've cleared out this pack, we run away and go save. Now, we just hit only a shade with that attack. We are in the red, so we need to figure out where the other one is. Is it above me? Okay, this is a necromancer, so very alarming. Oh, which one was that? That was the first one, I think. Perfect. So I think we might have an angle on you. Yes, we have an angle on you with both characters at once. It's not consistent, though. This is like a maybe 50% chance of doing it. Okay, we're in the yellow. We're getting the fuck out of here.
Let's get out of...
Nice. So, save the game. Save it under danger. And pop right back in to clear out the next group. And we're just going to be a little bit cocky here. Walk over here. Potentially kill ourselves, but luckily the legendary saved our asses. Okay. peek around this corner a bit. That is a 17,000 damage hit. And one of the things that I like about one of the things that I really appreciate about the caster run, okay? This is something that I really like. I talk about a lot about how like I like to have like group synergy and stuff like that. One of the things that's kind of interesting is that for the caster run, the group synergy isn't quite as like mathy as it is in like a melee run, but even the position the character is in the party, their actual physical location, matters a ton for certain circumstances. So like right now, an AoE that's launched here is going to hit everybody. Mina can't do that because Mina's too far on the left side of the party. If Mina was over here, Mina would be contributing right now, but they aren't because of their positioning in the party, right? So there's an interesting element to it where different fights, in the beginning of this dungeon, the bulk of what was being done by Mina. And then at other portions of the dungeon, Raven starts contributing a significant amount, and at certain points is basically doing all the damage. And then at other points, all the damage is coming out of the dragon. And I think that that's very interesting. Like, everybody's got their own thing that they're doing, right? And the exception to that being the two really basic characters at the end. However, the two really basic characters at the end will eventually get those tools as well. It's just that they didn't happen to... We didn't path our way in such a way that they get access to those tools in a timely manner. And I maybe put a few too many points into Ascendance, so I can't actually use Destroy Undead, which I could use here to good effect in a lot of positions. Like, we could have gotten a lot of extra damage out on the actual summoned ghosts with Jungle Fowl, except it costs 295 and we just cannot cast that. So that that's all on me, right? But anyway, it's going to be interesting to see, like, as we progress and actually finally, because it takes us a long time to get new tools in this run because we're going through things so slowly, and like on the melees, it's less impactful in the sense of, like, it doesn't change the gameplay that much, right? Like, we just get stronger when we get new masteries and stuff like that, for the most part. Whereas on this character setup, we're getting access to new styles of damage. We're getting access to things that do things fundamentally differently. And I think that that's very cool. Like, getting access to the AoEs on the Dragon and the Fireball were game-changing events. Getting access to Immolation and, more importantly, Inferno, massive, massive difference. Implosion has been so important, right? And Mina has been the one who's been able to take the most advantage of that because Mina doesn't require spellbooks. And because I've been memeing with my poor Necromancer, and so they don't have any elemental skills, which, that's on me. But they've still been contributing. The only reason that they're not able to do more here is because these things are basically immune to dark. So, let's see. The damage scaling matters a lot, but what I'm basically saying is that, like, there's a difference for like a melee party when you get access to, like, new stuff. You're improving a character. You're improving their ability to do the thing that they can already do. Like, they're doing the thing they're already doing better. Whereas with the casters, getting access to new spells fundamentally changes the things that are available to you as an option, right? So there's a big difference between, like, okay, I can hit 30% harder and I can hit enemies through like walls that I previously couldn't shoot through, right? Like they're just very different things mechanically. Hitting 30% harder is very good. And if you're in a circumstance where you don't need to hit an enemy through that wall, hitting 30% harder is better, right? It's more relevant. But depending on the circumstances, one of those two factors will be the more relevant factor in terms of like how you're approaching the battles and stuff like that. So, because like if you look at the way that my melee runs work, I do change the way that I'm playing considerably over the course of the game. There's specific tools that you get in your arsenal that fundamentally alter the gameplay. The first tool that you get in your arsenal that fundamentally alters the gameplay, getting enough HP that you don't die in one hit. That's the first tool in your arsenal that changes the nature of the way that you have to play, right? Second tool in your arsenal is lifesteal. Preservation, I count under that first one. Preservation is a factor of not dying in one hit, right? So, lifesteal is another big one. Just regeneration tools in general are big tools. So regeneration and lifesteal are different types of tools that influence the battle in different ways. So they're both tools in your arsenal, as well as shared life. Shared life, huge game changer when you get it, right? So I really enjoy the like different dynamics for doing the thing. But like in terms of the moment-to-moment gameplay, there's not that as big of a difference between even those tools and like the just having access to this AoE, right? If I didn't have access to Fireball here, we would be playing a very different thing, right? Yeah, the of Darkness modifier is very, very clutch. And in Maw, getting access to lifesteal is actually not as important as it used to be. Like, of Darkness is made less relevant by the fact that you have access to the Vampiric Weapon spell. Vampiric Weapon spell really makes the early game a lot easier, and I'm now realizing that the character build that I had in order doesn't have Vampiric Weapon on the bar, so I'm going to need to change the strategy, I think. I think that we're going to have to change up what I was intending to do with that setup, because I usually run with a I don't know why I was looking at these characters. These characters don't have one with a Death Knight, but the next run I actually was going to drop the Death Knight from the party. I'm now realizing that I need access to the Vampiric Aura spell for a melee run. Like that's not negotiable. So I either need someone else who can cast dark magic, which I don't think I'm going to want to do. So Vampiric Aura is no longer a spell that you cast to apply Vampiric to a weapon. It's now an aura that gives you vampirism on all of your weapons, in the same way that the what's it called? Where are you? Wait, do I not have it cast? I do. Fire Aura gives you like bonus damage on all of your weapons as like an aura now. And Vampiric Aura works the same way now. So that changes the dynamic a lot, because you're right that like if you don't have dark magic before, it's like, okay, well that makes, you know, it take longer to get access to these tools, but you're still fundamentally getting access to them, right? With this, it's now relevant to have specifically that, because it's a modifier that stacks with the weapons themselves. Right, so the weapon has its vampiric enchant, and then you are getting additional vampiric enchant from the vampiric aura spell. So the maximal vampirism you can get is probably from like a Death Knight, like a vampire race Death Knight who has vampiric aura cast and a bunch of points in blood. Is it? I think it's blood, to give you the bonus there. Yeah, we're almost done here. We've got just a few enemies to clear. And we're now in the yellow, so I think we're safe to leave.
Let's get out.
Whew. We have 97% completion here. Let's take a look at our situation. Yep, we've still gotten less than a level. So okay. Is this bat the last enemy? So we have 90. Okay, we got the Inferno Bat with that, and it didn't move, shockingly enough. Wish I knew where you were. It's definitely high up. Where the hell are you? It's not high up. I don't know how that missed. I felt like I shot a lateral hit that went, like, right where it was, but apparently not. Okay, let's go save. We have one more door to open, but... which, you know, we don't necessarily need to save for, but... let's see. We're going to wait, just because I want to get a little bit of mana regen. We're not regenning very fast now. We need to improve our regen situation, clearly. Because we were in the green there. Okay, open that with this. Please. Okay. The enemies do not have a ton of HP, right? Like, we are so terrifying in terms of our damage now. So... okay, I don't remember what we're trying to loot here, but... oh, right. I'm, like, looking for Corbu's coffin, and I'm like... wait a second, this is my Medic 7.
I have too much.
This is, like, a completely different place. So we've completed a quest that we're never actually going to get, I don't think. Because I think we're going dark side this run. I think that makes the most sense to me. I don't... is there a way to get in there? I don't even remember. Yeah, there's a switch right here. It's funny because it's within reach if you're in here. Okay. Alright. So we have a giant pile of corpses right here. Delightful. You know, if there's one thing necromancers are good at. It's giving you piles of bodies to play with. And I don't trust that. I'm gonna save it. Alright. What am I doing? Doing this. Grabbing a two-handed sword. That could potentially be very handy. Grabbing this stuff. There we go. Well, people know, right? The Light Guild knows about their presence, but like, what are you gonna do about it, right? So, the typical way that people deal with vampires in popular media is you hide from them. Like, that's the standard way to deal with vampires, is you hide from them at night. You know, lock yourself away. That is plus 12 light skill. How appropriate is it that we found a plus 12 light skill amulet in a dungeon full of the undead? That's super appropriate. Like, this is like, yes, they've hidden away this amulet that they took from, you know, a vampire hunter who came by. I appreciate that. You know, sometimes RNG gives you very appropriate,
This item's weak.
narratively appropriate results. Okay, this is the vampire's cave. It's like completely useless. Let's see. Okay, Lich's thing doesn't work for us, fortunately.
We don't need it. It's probably okay.
Plus 25 to all stats is not bad. Okay, so we've cleared this. How much EXP do we have? We now have them about even. We unfortunately do not have a quest to turn in as a result of this. We're stuck going straight in here. There's no... Wait, what? Save game corrupted. Problem with load save. That's concerning. I wasn't trying to load a save. Give me a second. Okay, this time it didn't give me an error. I got a bunch of errors that I've never seen before. That was a different type of error that I'm used to seeing. Huh. I guess I should have, like, written down what those errors said. I wonder what happened. Okay, so our plan here is turn on damage to friendly units. Kill these before they kill me. That part's easy. Once we've killed them before they killed us, we can just stand here and they'll all die. Yes? Let's see how much damage this does. If any. 569 means that we're probably only hitting like one or two of them, if we're being honest. So, do we have an angle? If we stand here, there is a good amount of damage coming out. That implies that we're hitting quite a few targets. Inferno's not going to work, I don't think, for anything around here. We would basically need to find a position where the enemies think that they have line of sight to us. If we were going to make it work that way. Let's confirm that we can't do Okay, we still can't reanimate those. Okay. The one thing, though, we do have so much damage. We have so much damage. I'm not anticipating needing food in here. We can go get some anyway. But I'm not really anticipating needing it because we're basically clearing like the entire dungeon in the initial bit. Like as soon as we open those doors, we're kind of like immediately just fighting everybody. Also, this is the Paramount Guild of... No, this is just Master. But it will have
The mind welcomes you.
Cure Insanity. It has Mass Fear. And it does not have what I wanted, unfortunately. Am I going to do it? Are we going to do the thing? Do we go... with... I think we might. I'm going to check something. Actually, you know what? We can cast Invis first. So, let's Invis. I'm going to save this with the Invis cast. I'm going to walk into an Initiate of the Sword, because I'm cool like that. I'm going to cast Invis, blah, blah, blah. We open this. We're going to go in here. And the thing we're going to do right now... is cast Berserk on you. And on you. Now, this thing is strong, but we can kill it. I already delivered the letter to Lord Markham. So, unfortunately, the effect on the Initiate of the Sword did not go off. It did go off on this other guy. So, yeah, we do have Dispel. Let's see. So, basically, if we cast Berserk on this guy, and then we immediately cast Berserk on this guy, the hope is that he will... Okay, we need to... We are out of spell points. Rude. Cast Berserk on you. You're out of spell points too. Okay, we're dead though. So we could actually use Berserk for this, and I think we're going to. We're going to take full advantage of the fact that we are a spellcasting party, and basically Berserk you, immediately get access to you, cast Berserk on you. You didn't switch targets, so I'm probably boned here, but, you know, we might be able to do it. That's a no. Okay. Well, the important thing is going to be...
I want to talk.
Actually, you know what? Maybe this is the better place to be standing. Whoa! Okay, well. From here... No, I think that this is the better place to be. I think this is the better place to stand. Let's actually cast Berserk on you first. Unfortunately, we're failing to land it on that Initiate pretty consistently. Okay. So you can see that that one is not going after the nearest target. Oh, you know what? Oh, they can hit me. I'm too close to the thing. Well, what I mean is that the way that it's moving, it doesn't seem like it's actually approaching the targets that are close to it. It's targeting me. Whoopsies. If I could get Berserk onto the Master of the Sword before it gets to me, that would be nice. But you know what I could do? This might be the way to do it. We have, like, a really obnoxious amount of damage right now. This is probably not where we want to be. We want to be over in this corner, because maybe if we're in this corner, we can prevent the others from entering the room. So, we're going to cast Berserk on this one.
Take it.
This one did walk in the door, so we're probably not going to lock them out there. But we might be able to. Give us another opportunity here. We do have the ability to use Immolation to good effect. Let's see here. We are going to... Whoa, not quite yet. Okay, there we go. It's funny how the Adventurer is actually bigger than the Master of the Sword. It does look like some of them are getting stuck in that other room. And... I wish I had Paralyze. Lasts for 4 seconds. Yeah, I think that corner we're going to consistently get the entire swarm out of. We should be able to get something good going here. We just need to figure out the strat. We have such a gargantuan amount of damage that I don't think there's any way we don't have an angle here. The bed is unfortunately not really useful to us. It doesn't really get the job done. Mass Sphere is a master level spell. We do not have access to Mass Sphere yet. We can maybe use the desk. I don't think this is going to work. Where the fuck did you just come from? You just ran in here from the other room. What the fuck? Alright, we're going to Berserk you. Did we kill this thing already? We did, right? Yeah, we're burning through the enemies fast. Like, they're blowing up. We really do just need, like, a little bit... Oh, wait, we do... No, I think this is single target until GM. Oh, no, it affects all creatures in the immediate vicinity of the target. Ooh. That's a possibility. I'm going to open this. Let's see. I don't know what mana. I can't use the mana for the AoE Fear and the thing at the same time. It does look like the first enemies that reach me will prevent others from approaching me. So if I had an AoE that... If I had an AoE... it's... The amount of damage that I can do right now is so so high that this feels it feels so reasonable to just be able to be like, okay, well, I could just blow everything up before it even touches me. But unfortunately, that's not really the case. Just because I can blow everything up very quickly doesn't mean that they're not going to kill me first. As can be seen by this. So it only takes a few rounds of combat to kill that one. Unfortunately, Cassowary gets their damage, like, completely neutered by enemies getting in melee range. Because they switch to melee instead of the breath weapon. I wonder if I could do something with it. Can I... swap you to Inferno. Let's run around the corner here. Did you work? This corner worked. Okay, I think I know the strat. I think I know how we're going to handle this. So what we're going to have to do here is we need to swap you to AoEs. We are going to save the game. We are going to just save it under danger. We're going to open this room, and we're going to start basically AoE bombing from this corner. Oh, whoops, I went too close to the right side. I forgot. Okay, so we go in here. We don't let them get all the way over there. You know what? It's fine. I'm not gonna worry about it. If that guard specifically kills me, it's gonna be really funny. Alright. That guard might have actually cost me the fight there, which is pretty funny. Okay. So the goal here is to basically stay right in the position that we're at right now until we are forced to move by their arrival. Once these get in, we transition to this corner, and the key is going to be that we need all of them to get in. I think this will work. It's going to require some amount of luck. Potentially less than you'd think. And potentially more than you'd think. It really just depends. Okay, we need to get out. And we immediately take all that damage from the ones on the other side. And the adventurer kills us. But, you know, we might be better off with single target, honestly. Let's try this with single target instead. That felt pretty damn strong, actually. Because we just have so much goddamn damage that if these are slowly coming toward me, I can potentially kill even the Masters of the Sword before they actually get in range. The issue is, I think I do need to kill the ones on the right side first. So we do need to kill those because they are going to kill me when I try to make the transition. So see, what's going to happen here is I'm going to run into the bed and not do the proof of concept. So what's going to happen there is bad. I do have preservation, but it doesn't matter. Preservation doesn't matter at all here. So, if my vampire gets hit, preservation goes down. And so, on that level, preservation... Oh god, I don't have the ability to convert from this very quickly. We're fucked. Unfortunately, we even fucked up the movement there, so we had the thing there. That could have worked though. So in addition, preservation in this only protects. It changes the dynamic so that instead of needing to go to negative equal to your endurance to die, you need to go negative equal to your max HP to die. My max, these things hit for more than double my max HP. So it doesn't matter. You see how I'm getting eradicated by their attacks? They're hitting me for over triple my max HP. So basically, in vanilla, preservation is just perfect protection from damage, right? If you take damage, you're fine. In Maw, the first thing to bear in mind is that it is a buff that is it is maintained by a character. If that character goes down, preservation goes down. So the vampire, when they go down, preservation goes down. In addition, baseline, when you get to an amount equal to your negative endurance, so if I get to negative 492, then I will die. In Maw, instead of preservation being perfect protection, preservation now changes it from based off of endurance to based off of hit points. So I need to get to negative 1600 to die, right? So if the enemies are hitting for at least 3200 damage, I die instantly. I think it depends on your definition of recent. It wasn't recent for me, right? But I've been, playing actively. Okay, we're not going to be able to transition over to that room. That room is too full. So that's fine. Okay, so we have 3 initiates of the sword here. We died to one of the initiates, unfortunately. And But yeah, what I'd want to do is if they rotate slowly enough to me, I potentially can burn through this pack on my right side before I'm forced to deal with these. And if I can deal with them, I'm dead. Okay, we're not dead, except for the fact that this is a Master of the Sword who's going to kill me. Okay, these also leaked, so we didn't lock them in like we did last time. Let's see. Yeah, that was a long while ago. Rude. Okay, this is a concern. Like, that one leaked, but I think it was only that one that leaked. If only that one had leaked, we would have probably been fine as long as we didn't pull the things from the other room, like, after the fact. I think that part of what's causing problems for me here, weirdly, is my, I think I'm probably hitting toxic clouds into the other room and aggroing a couple of extras sometimes. Unfortunately, we blew our entire mana bar and we haven't actually killed the things that we need dead. Okay. Okay. We have this one here. We seem to have aggroed more than just the one that was already there. Or did they all collect over there in a weird way? Yeah.
I do.
I think that. I think that strategy might eventually work, but it's going to require a lot of luck. It's going to require luck in enemy placement, in like the way that they move moment to moment, and in a variety of other ways. So I have the ability
I've
to
before.
I don't think it's reasonable to expect this to work. But this is probably my best bet. Actually. That is probably my best bet in terms of location. Because the enemies here, there's only a couple of them by default.
Ready to use.
And to a degree I can, but not to the degree that I need if I'm going to do it in a timely manner. Can I... I'm going to wait until one of these rotates to where I want it to be.
I
Yeah,
don't.
never mind. We're gonna go. So one strategy that we can use that is a possible strategy is we kill these two and then we just stand next to this door and immolate a bunch of the enemies that approach. Let's see. Yes, the adventurers are wandering around, and as they wander around, they are eventually getting themselves stuck in this corner. Once they're stuck in this corner, I don't think they can get out of it. So, one thing that I could hypothetically do is if I can wait for enough of these, because these guys are also wandering in here, it's possible they could get stuck in that corner too. And if we get enough of them stuck in this corner, that could hypothetically get some work done. But I don't think that's going to work. I don't think we're going to get enough of them trapped in that corner. We did, however, get all of these stuck here for now. I don't mind the idea. Let's try saving this under dungeon. And having this be a starting point. We can see if those even approach us, and they do. These will approach us from that direction. So the question is... So if I'm standing right here, they can hit me, right? Yes. Okay, just wanted to confirm that the bed frame wasn't going to block line of sight. Let's see. Let's also check. If I stand right here... They don't actually... You know what? Let's reload this back to danger. And if all of these move into that corner, we might be able to stand in this doorway and prevent them from coming around the corner. That is, I think, locked in. So we're going to save this under dungeon again. We're going to stand over here. And we're going to see what happens when we do this. This one's approaching us. That one's also approaching us. So I don't think that's going to work. We can try it from this side.
I don't.
So those are locked in. Honestly, maybe we can get these to rotate into that corner too. Because if these rotated into that corner, we could potentially use that room. I'm actually going to check. Is it possible to get these to rotate the other direction? I don't think so. I think they're going to consistently come the correct direction. I'm going to try this without the enemies on the other side being able to move. I don't imagine it's going to help me any. That might have worked if I had gotten it done a little bit better. Let's try this again. We're going to try this strat with a slightly more appropriate setup. Unfortunately, fear did not work. What we're really looking for here is to see if there's a place I can stand where none of them will leak. Because if I can prevent any of them from leaking, then it just becomes a matter of appropriate positioning. And who knows, maybe we could do something with this. Need to cure the poison. Fortunately, the champion broke in. Let's see. Outside the table. Potentially. That's a potential option. Let's check this. The issue is that if I go over here, there's another pack of enemies that I don't think is currently aggroed that will aggro when I go over there. So, and they're on the other side. I did not think that I was in position to trigger those, but okay. Let's see. There's also the potential that my best strategy is actually to stand right here so that I'm actually dealing damage to the entire enemy team at once, and then retreat all the way back. Nah, the Masters of the Sword have too much HP. I'm not gonna be, I don't have enough space to kite them back to make that work. Let's go over here. And from here, at the very least, I think this adventurer is going to get at us. There's a Master of the Sword who I think is on us now. The adventurer leaked in eventually. I think I need to switch to single target again.
Ready to use.
Let's see. Okay, it seemed like it was going well, and then this champion broke out. I could berserk something in the other room. That's true as well. Like, if I tag berserk onto that one, maybe. It just immediately dove me. I think that casting anything on the enemies in that room is triggering the ones in the very back, because there's only one adventurer in that room.
Nice shot.
That's really unfortunate. Okay, that adventurer would have eventually leaked and killed me anyway, I think. That might work. We need to be a little bit further this way, maybe? I'm gonna stand here. This feels too far down this direction. But it's actually working better this way than I would have expected. I think the key is that the immolation is going to trigger the new corner behavior where they rotate around, and I think that rotation is just going to kill me. I think that's going to consistently kill me. I don't think I can use this corner, basically. Because anytime they take damage, they're going to go after me. The key is that we only have 4 seconds of Berserk, and there's just so much HP in play here that that might actually be my best bet. My best bet here is potentially just going ham and taking advantage of the fact that it takes a while for the enemies to reach me. To, like, basically encourage them to periodically rotate. See how that rotated all the way away from me? If we can get them to consistently do that on one attempt, then I think we're fine. We can also check. I think this Master of the Sword is the only one hitting me. I think there's only one attacking me there. We might have this. GG. And that works. Okay. Now the question here is it worth it to kill these ones in the front? Which the answer to that is I don't know. Let's see. But yeah, this actually will work. So in a melee party, this would actually be trivial. We just need to get into here. And we don't need invis for this, this setup. Because what we're basically doing is we just need to trigger... That's a concern. I don't know why I didn't try this earlier. I guess because these ones would have fucked it up anyway. Okay, that actually worked. Which is good. Okay, we're gonna be able to get this. And we don't need to do the cheesiest of cheese, we just need to use the cheese. We just need to use the cheese of cheese. Wow, that flame blast. 5,000 damage, not bad. Yeah, no leecher. I don't think there's any bosses in here. I don't know that enough enemies spawn in this dungeon to ever get a leech. I don't think I can get a leech in here. The dungeon is just too small. So let's go ahead and swap to Implosion. Okay. Can I do nice? Okay, that isn't close enough, it looks like. Unfortunately, we hit the champion, not the master. I wish we could just spam S, but unfortunately, the Elementalist does not play nicely with these kinds of like really tactical, like I need this spell exactly kind of stuff. They're much more of a Yahoo, let's blow everybody up kind of character. Okay, so we've taken out that one. Master of the Sword can be slowly whittled down. Okay, we've killed a good portion of the dungeon. So now we are going to just shoot a Toxic Cloud in. See if we can hit someone of value. Yes. Okay, we have 2 adventurers in this pack right now. We have 1 adventurer in this pack right now. It's stuck behind the table. Love that for me. Could you behave, please? Okay, this adventurer is dead. We need to kill like 1 enemy. That's gonna trigger all of these to aggro. Right. Okay. So, we're saving under dungeon. Because this is the appropriate follow-up to this strategy. We can pop in here. We now have to deal with the rest of the enemies that are going to spawn here. I think that we can probably just pull them to that same corner if we need to. It is my job to avoid having to do that, because that is going to be slow and annoying. Okay, so we have, I think, another pack of those in here. Do we not? We do not. Okay, we're going to save, and then we're going to grab the vase, and then we're going to open this last door. So, save. We've now cleared this dungeon. We have one set of enemies left. Let's try to use the table on them. I think that'll be fun. So... Can I hit you from behind the table? I cannot hit you from behind the table. Rude. Oh my god, why are you on top of the table now? This is why we save. This is why we save. Okay, the table is actually garbage if you aren't mealies. We're gonna not use the table. We're just gonna walk over here. I don't think we actually have the Master of the Sword aggroed. I think we just have the other two. So... the intention right now... Yes, we have those two. We have one more enemy left to do, and that is a Master of the Sword. We're just going to kite it through the hallways. We're going to do a great job of doing so. That is Lord Markham's estate cleared. It took a while, but we got there. We just needed to get that incredible cheese. Just pair a few different things together to get it done.
I have too much. I have too much.
You just got a combo.
There isn't any room.
Okay, you know what? Maybe I should do some inventory management at the end of the stream. Maybe that's the thing I should do. Okay, we still haven't found any hourglasses except for the one that we had to give away to the uncle.
This item.
Is he an uncle? I think he's kind of young, actually, isn't he? Is he young? Is he old? I don't know. Whoa! Okay. Eh?
There isn't any room.
What am I even
There isn't
looting?
any
I
room.
was trying to loot the fire.
Can't get no room.
Okay. Right. Why is this back? Was I looting this? Yes, I was looting this cabinet. Yeah, the drawer had loot. It was just weird because I was, like, not really that close to it. Did we loot the vase twice? Do we have 2 copies of the vase? I thought we'd already looted it. I guess we'll find out later. Okay, so these are all identified.
Yes.
This is identified. We didn't have anything new in your inventory.
This item's weak.
Okay, kind of garbage. Okay. Your inventory.
Worthless.
Chain and sword.
Leave it.
Leave it.
This item.
Okay, sword. Not bad. Not bad at all. Meditation, might, and accuracy. Not a good combination of factors. This is a decent cloak. This would be really good if we were using spears. I mean, if I was using spears to do damage, that is. Okay. So I believe... that's that. Alright, let's save the game. And we can... 12, 22... Let's head over to Arathia. Let's see. We're not quite done here. We actually need to go. We need to go turn in. So let's go talk to the King of Thieves. And we're done with Titalia. So, interesting note. We just finished Titalia completely. We don't have any more dungeons there, which means that we actually have free reign to go wherever the hell we want now. And I need to figure out where that's going to be. I feel like it might be Deja. Oh my god, wait, no, Deja is going to involve that clock tower. Not the clock tower, the watchtower.
Come in, right away.
Can I do the watchtower? Can I do the watchtower? We do have ranged attacks. Every single enemy in the watchtower is going to kill me in one hit. I can't do Evanmorn Island until after Deja. You have to actually turn the quest in. You can't just get the map. It's very dumb. Right. I think you should be able to just grab the map and do it. I think it's very weird that when we are holding the map to Evanmorn Island, we can't use it. Barrow Downs locks us into a pretty long sequence and doesn't give us what we're looking for. At its core, I need to get access to Dark Expert, and I need to get access to Dark Mastery. Those are, like, really important for me. Though, I guess Deja gives me Expert, but doesn't get me access to spells, so it's less important. So it might be better to worry about that in Might and Magic 6 rather than worrying about it in Might and Magic 7. I need to think about the actual routing in terms of basically promotion quests and thingers. We've reached a point where we've been struggling a bit, and I want to, instead of just kind of like waffling and just doing whatever routing I just happen to do, I want to think about the strategy a bit more of what I'm getting out of each location I go to. So, Tularia gets me Master Earth, which is very good. That gets me access to Telekinesis. Telekinesis is another one of those tools that's incredibly impactful. It allows me to open doors from range. Like, you know all those hallways in Garrick's Forge where I just had to take a bunch of shots from the back from warlocks? We don't have to deal with that if we have Telekinesis. So, bolster level for MM6 is up to the snuff. The issue is that Might Magic 6, we have a lot of dungeons to do here. We have 4? We have 4 dungeons in the current area. And then from this area, I don't think we go to Silver Cove until we get access to Freehaven. I think the ships don't go to Silver Cove until then, but I could be wrong. If we can get to Silver Cove straight from where we are right now, that would be very nice. That gives us access to Master Earth, but we don't need Silver Cove that much. I have not. No, I didn't grab that because I don't think in Merge mod, so in like the Might and Magic 8 engine, I don't think the jump spell gets the job done. I think it did in vanilla, but I don't think it gets the job done here. I remember trying it a bunch of times and not actually being able to make it work. Like I think you go a lot higher and further in 6 than you do in the later games. Let's see. Eligible for 94. So I guess I guess I don't need to worry that much about where I'm going next because I'm not going there immediately, right? So we can probably just pop over to. We can equip this now. It's really tempting to equip this on Mina. The issue is that Mina currently has this belt equipped. So I think we're going to swap the belt off and keep this on Mina. Mina right now is doing very, very important work. Is the character that I think is casting the most spells and hitting the most targets. This has half the effect for AoEs, but like if I'm hitting 2 targets, it's just as good, right? So this is going to be very, very valuable. However, I don't want to put all that durability on a character. And well, actually, maybe I do, because it'll depend on what we're running into. If we're running into enemies that are going to comfortably one-shot me on no matter what on most of my characters, if I double up on this gives me one character who can survive. Whereas if I swap this to somebody who's less able to survive, which there's only one character who I would want to do that with, and that's this one. Honestly, you know what? I think we're just going to leave it on Mina. Mina's going to keep both of these, I think. Mina's got a lot of legendaries. We probably need to rework this as well. This is very low level, but is also very good. And I don't know that we need to rework the stats on this at all. I think that this is fine to just keep as it is. So maybe I should. Maybe I should just improve this, huh? I'm not sure if I want to do that, though. I don't know that I necessarily want to hold on to endurance and hit points. I'm wondering what stats I want to invest in for this. I don't think I'm going to do a durability thing. I don't think I'm going to lean into like a resist boost thing or something like that. That's more appropriate for the melee party. That's this cast of characters is meant to burst enemies down, not meant to faff around with it. Did I give myself the... I did. That's good, at least. We have Yoruba. We have speed and personality on this. Do I need to rework this? Probably not. I don't think I need to rework this. So do I want... The issue that I have right now is that I want this probably on this character, though it's tempting a bit to put it on Raven, because Raven is the one who's most likely to be. No, we're doing a lot of spamming of AoEs and stuff like that with this character. This is probably the optimal character to have this on. But what I should be doing is swapping this to a different character, so these two should swap it, depending on who's the one hitting at the moment. Like default to being on Mina, but swapping it to Raven when we're just spamming the little orb things. We have a ring with a decent bit of stats. That's not really the optimal item to invest a bunch of stat boosts into. What do I want to do? This is real solid. I think we also haven't found any Ascension Emeralds yet, have we? No, we have. We have some Ascension Emeralds. So I don't know that we need Ascension Emeralds on our weapons. I don't know. Do the Ascension Emeralds improve the secondary effects of the weapons? I don't actually know. We have intellect on this, and we want personality on it. I'm not sure. I feel like I probably should improve some of my gear, but I'm not going to worry about it. We're going to move over to Might and Magic 6. We know we're heading to Bootleg Bay now. That's just the place to be.
That's the ticket. That's the ticket.
We're going to train up, and we will pop over to Bootleg Bay. Can we get to Harmondale today?
Low.
We cannot with you, so we're just going to go east and pop over to New Sorpigal. Once we get to New Sorpigal, we're going to get on the boat to Mist, and from Mist, we're heading to Bootleg Bay. And from there, we can get to Freehaven. That scared the shit out of me. The rat's just chilling. We can go over here. This is the wrong place. So we go to Enroth. Is it Sunday? It's Friday. Okay. We're going to still be doing the whatchamacallit arena. The Endless Arena. When we have it available.
Welcome up the praise the flag and hoist the
So
sail.
Mist first. And save the game.
Welcome up the praise
Bootleg
the
Bay.
flag and
Nice.
hoist the sail.
So there's an inn here that we can use. We've cleared all of the enemies from this first area. We should probably do the Fire Lord dungeon, maybe. Temple of Sansa has a quest. There's someone we need to save in the Temple of Sansa, right? I don't remember. Yes, I think they are in. That turns it in Freehaven, so I don't think we can do that yet. I think that that's not available yet. We could do this one. I think we need. I think we need to do the Fire Lord. I think that's what we need. I think we need to go after Ozai. I think that's our plan. But if we're going to go after Ozai, first of all, we only have 16 minutes left in stream, so we're not going after Ozai at this exact moment, because I'm not going to want to do that. The other thing is that we need to go to the inn, which does exist.
Serve yourself good stuff.
Good stuff. Okay. And let's start doing a bit of inventory management. That seems like a thing I should do. Also, I should have gone and delivered some of my bullshit to Harmondale Castle, honestly. So,
Would you like to buy something?
maybe, but probably not. Am I going to look at the things that you have to sell before I make those decisions? No, I don't think I need to do anything like that. But you know, I might end up buying something. You just never know. You never know, my friend. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm probably going to have to drop the troll from the party in favor of a Death Knight. I don't think I can justify having the troll. It would be very fun to have a troll, but I don't think I can make it work. Because I already have a knight in the party. So this is just me randomly going into nonsense that's definitely... Don't tell anybody about this, okay? So there's this thing that I'm maybe going to be doing for my next run, which is I might be doing a melee run next, okay? This is shocking. This is shocking, I know. And in that melee run, I might be going a little bit insane in terms of axes for days. It might be a little over the top. It might be a lot over the top. It might be a problem, okay? I might have a problem. We are probably going to have a Minotaur Paladin in the party. And we were also going to have a Minotaur Troll in the party. However, I don't think I can justify having the Minotaur Troll in the party over a Death Knight. I think that the Death Knight is going to be more impactful than a Troll. Unfortunately. I just don't think it's going to work out for me. I don't think I'm going to be able to make that decision. It does give me a lot of extra HP to play with. It does give me a lot of there's a lot of value that I get. I later live of. There's a lot of value we get out of that, but I don't think it's going to be enough to justify doing that. Let's see. We've actually got this. Let's get this to 10. And then we can replace this cloak. Because this is just a huge upgrade. Let's see. But yeah, I should probably do some calculations to figure out like how big of a DPS upgrade it is to be dual wielding axes compared to other options. I should probably figure that out. But we'll see. We can probably get rid of that. Okay, we have a lot of belts to give me sleep and unconsciousness immunity. Let's go ahead and save this, and let's try to do a Gigasort. Let's just see what our inventory looks
I
like
have too much.
once we have gotten things set up. So we have this. Let's go sell
Like
that.
to buy something?
This is Conan. I don't think I need to hold on to this. Okay, so you. Okay. That's not a weapon. Alright, let's go to the magic place to sell all of our wands and that kind of garbage.
It is closed.
Never mind, we're not going there because it closes at 4. Never mind, because it doesn't open until 8. Either way, it's not open yet. So, we'll just move over to inventory 4 with you. Inventory 4 with you. I think inventory 3 with you, yep. And inventory 3 with you. So, I feel like I should probably start pumping my gear. Just for shits and giggles. This is probably... This is potentially like an endgame valid piece. It might even be worth copying. Just to throw on people. What I'd like to do, preferably right now, is boost an actual like DPS piece. But I don't think I have any legendaries that are really like that amazing in terms of DPS, right? Like this has decent set. This is a decent set of stats, but nothing crazy. Like, it would be nice to have a weapon like this, but even this weapon, I can't scale this that much because it doesn't have the Ascension effect, right? The Ascension effect isn't the thing that it's working with. So, you know what I could do, but this is, again, this is Endurance, which I don't... Like, this is double endurance. I could pump this. But honestly, like, Cassowary does a lot of damage already, and I don't want to necessarily emphasize their damage even more. I could pump this wizard hat. That makes a degree of sense, but it's already got decent stats on it. I don't know that I need to do that. And I would kind of like to rewrite the resists if I was going to be pumping the whole piece as a thing. We have these boots that... We have so many really good durability pieces, which is kind of funny. A lot of good durability legendaries. And if I could rewrite this to have the rights, the issue is it doesn't have any of the stats that I want it to have. If I'm going to pump the item, it doesn't have the magic effect that I want. It doesn't have the thinger effect. We don't have the ability to rewrite. This doesn't have. This has resists on it, which is not what I want. But it would still be good. Like, pumping a shit ton of luck is pretty good. Let's take a look at our crafting items. So this gives a max power 59. And it's helm, boots, gloves, and bow that have a higher potential. Do I have any really good gloves? No. I have my legendary hat. And legendary hats... Maybe we pump this wizard cap. That would give us a lot of speed and a lot of personality. And Junglefowl isn't one of our like higher damage characters right now. But we can sort of bridge that gap a bit by doing this. The unfortunate thing is that we're just not going to be getting the stuff that we need for them to really push them forward for quite a while. It's going to be a while before we're able to really get them doing a ton of work. But I probably won't regret investing into this item. So let's just do it. Let's invest into this item. Let's see how it goes. So we can take one of the items out of here, and we can see what we can do. Is Crafting Topaz sufficient? Crafting Topaz is sufficient to boost this item. Is this sufficient? No. Okay, perfect. Okay, so we just get that to 45. So this is 17, able to get to 45 off of 17. So we can get this very high right now. 17, 25. Okay, this is at 68 and 69. So we can do Crafting Amber. Okay, it's up to 92 and 92. You know what? I shouldn't have done it this way. You know what? I'm gonna reload for this. I made a mistake. So what we're gonna do? We're actually gonna re-roll the resists. We're gonna re-roll these and make this of the gods. That's the goal right now. So that's easy enough to do, and I think it's worth it. Getting this to be of the gods, it's
No room. There isn't any room. No room. Too much.
it's an item
No room.
that is legendary, and we can re-roll that successfully if we get the resists at some point, which we should. And unfortunately, I'm now realizing that we don't actually have enough time to finish this item right now. We're not going to finish the item by 1 o'clock. So we might need to just put it back Okay, we got the resist off. So plus 18. We will, I think, just keep working on this item. That's plus 18 to all 7 statistics. We got it. Okay, I was worried that we wouldn't get it. Okay, so with that, we just need to equip. We have a Misty Orb thing somewhere. There it is. Okay. So, plus 18 to all 7 statistics, and then a shit ton of speed and personality. I'm very happy to get this done. I think this will be a fun thing to invest into for now. That because of the fact that it's a hat, it simultaneously has like a larger effect than a helm would, and a helm is already a higher value target than most items. So I think that this is a pretty reasonable thing to invest into. Especially since we're using fairly low-level materials still. Like, even sunstones are pretty low-level compared to what we'll be using later. Do we have any more of those? These are just normal gems. Okay, so we've now boosted this. It's going to give a pretty nice boost to you. So you actually have a fairly good damage value listed at the moment. You're actually listed a little bit higher than Raven at the moment. And Raven was hitting pretty hard, actually. Let's save this under caster nonsense. We're going to load up the other one, caster save, and see how big of a difference that made. So this went from 600 to 800. It's about I think it was like 140 boost. No, it's closer to 150, 160. So yeah, that's a pretty sizable boost, considering that we just boosted a random hat. Later on, we might be a little bit annoyed with ourselves for having done that, because it will mean that when we get a weapon, like a staff, that we want to improve, we're going to be very sad that we don't have the ability to do more with it. But that's fine. I think that was a good investment, and I think that will work well for us for that character. They'll start to... that's the wrong button. They'll be able to start to do a bit more work. So that is going to be it for today. So thank you for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure. And I hope to see you all again on Monday when we'll be doing more of this. We're not starting up the melee run yet, okay? The melee run is cooking still. We're thinking about it. We're planning it out. But I'm really enjoying the caster run, like, more than I expected to. We've been running into problems that we have solutions to that are different than the kinds of solutions we'd have in the melee run. But the problems are real. It's not like we're not struggling with anything. We're having a lot of difficulty with a lot of this stuff. So, that works.